photographers, and of the notable projects highlighted today to the stage for a group photo opportunity with Yang Berhormat Deputy Minister and our VIPs. Once again,
desk in the main lobby level 1 to obtain your visitor pass before entering the building. For your convenience, the MIDA Central Safety Guide can be downloaded by scanning the QR code located at reception area and strategic locations. You are welcome to access all common facilities in MIDA Central. Please ask our security personnel for directions, or simply look for wayfinders and signages within the building. Please keep all of your belongings and valuables secure at all times. Each access card can only be used by one person and cannot be shared. You must follow all life-saving rules when you are in MIDA Central. In case of a fire emergency, please remain calm and follow the following guidelines. Please contact your host if you require medical attention. Please request first aid equipment from your host if you are a trained personnel. If the patient is not in immediate danger, do not move them. In the event of evacuation, please do not act until you hear the public announcements. False alarm. This is a false alarm, and our technical team is working to repair the affected system. Emergency evacuation.
We will begin shortly. For our guests who have joined us online on our Facebook live stream, welcome to the MIDA Annual Media Conference 2026. I'm Rowena.
And I am Khairul Ami, and we will be your host for today.
Once again, welcome to MIDA's Annual Media Conference 2026. Just a little housekeeping before we begin. Please take your seats. We will start shortly. To avoid any interruption during the event, I request our guests to switch off or set your phones on silent mode throughout the event. Thank you.
Belagak boleh kat sini. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Yang Berhormat Tuan Sim Zezin, Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry. Please remain standing for our national anthem, Negaraku.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen of the media, please take your seats. I now invite Encik Ahmad Yusri Muhammad Yusof, Assistant Director of MIDA Strategic Planning and Policy Advocacy for the Manufacturing Sector, to recite the Dua.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. All praise and gratitude be to Allah, Lord of all creations, and may blessings and peace be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family and companions. Ya Allah, we seek your divine guidance, wisdom and barakah at this MIDA Annual Media Conference 2026. Bestow upon our leaders and all gathered here sound health and profound strength. Grant us the clarity of vision and the spirit of unity to walk the path that pleases you, shielding us from all trials. Ya Alim, source of all knowledge, we beseech you to bless Malaysia and flourish our nation as a distinguished destination for beneficial investments. Build upon our past achievements and inspire us toward actions that bring honor to our nation and benefit all of your creations. Ya Salam, in time of global uncertainty, let wisdom and mutual understanding prevail to foster stability and harmony. Protect our world from conflict so that prosperity may flourish for all humanity. Ya Allah, grant us the best in this world and the hereafter. Allahumma barik lana fi shahri Ramadan wa ballighna laylatal qadr. Allahumma a'izzal Islam wal muslimin fi kulli makan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Encik Ahmad Yusri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Ramadan dan salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berhormat Tuan Sim Zazin, Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry. Yang Mulia Tengku Datuk Seri Utama Zafrul Tengku Abdul Aziz, Chairman of the Malaysian Investment Development Authority MIDA and Senior Political Advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Syekh Syamsul Ibrahim Syekh Abdul Majid, Chief Executive Officer of MIDA. Yang berbahagia Datuk Bahria Muhammad Tamil, Deputy Secretary General Investment and Management of MITI. Your Excellencies, High Commissioners and Ambassadors, Yang berhormat State Exco members, MIDA board members, Deputy Chief Executive Officers of MIDA, Executive Directors and Directors of MIDA, esteemed guests, both here at Perdana Hall and those joining us virtually, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to extend a warm welcome to all attendees to the MIDA Annual Media Conference 2026, themed Transformation in Motion, Securing High-Impact Investment for an Inclusive Economy, held here at Perdana Hall, MIDA Central. Your presence here today is highly valued and appreciated. In the spirit of enduring saying, many hands make light work, we sincerely acknowledge and value the meaningful contributions that each of you has made to the success of this event.
As we gather here today, both physically and virtually, for the highly anticipated MIDA Annual Media Conference, we are excited to gain insight into Malaysia's investment performance across various economic sectors. Today's event serves as a platform for MIDA to showcase the progress and achievements made by the country in terms of attracting investment and economic development. With this, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Yang Mulia Tengku Datuk Seri Utama Zafrul Tengku Abdul Aziz, Chairman of MIDA and Senior Political Advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Terima kasih pengacara majlis. Yang berhormat Sim Zin, Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry. Yang berbahagia Datuk Bahria Muhammad Tamil, TKSU of MITI, Datuk Syekh Syamsul Ibrahim, Syekh Abdul Majid, MIDA CEO, Your Excellencies, State Excos and Representatives, MIDA board members, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani and a very good morning to everyone. It is my honor to welcome all of you here today to the MIDA Annual Conference 2026. This platform has become one of the most important markers of Malaysia's investment journey. This is a session not merely just to announce the numbers, it is where we take stock of what those numbers mean for our economy. It means for our industries and also our country's position in a world that is shifting faster than ever. These past 2 years have tested every economy in this world. In 2025, there was the US tariffs, which has reshaped global trade flows and forced companies to rethink supply chain exposure. And then as we enter 2026, the Iran-US-Israel conflict in the Middle East has added new layers of geopolitical risk, energy volatility, and investor caution. And these are not small tremors, they are structural shocks that have redrawn the global investment map. And yet, Malaysia has remained steady. The investment results we will share today did not happen by chance. They are outcome of policy clarity, institutional consistency, and strategic reforms undertaken over the past 3 years. The Madani Economy Framework and MITI's policy architecture, this was launched between 2023 and 2024, has been central to Malaysia's resilience as an investment destination. These include NIMP 2030. This is a long-term plan that has given investors certainty on Malaysia's industrial reform, trade and investment missions, strengthening Malaysia's position in key markets and diversifying investment sources, and other key policies. We have the NSS, GIS, and a new incentive framework. Our resilience in the past 2 years proved that these policies were not abstract documents. They were the foundation that allowed Malaysia to weather global uncertainty and to continue attracting high-impact, high-quality investments, even when the world turned cautious. I must say that behind every approved project is this quiet, consistent work at MITI, MIDA, state agencies, and our private sector partners across the investment ecosystem. The encouraging numbers that our Yang Berhormat Prime Minister just shared on his social media this morning, almost 427 billion ringgit of approved investment. This is up 11% and across 8,400 projects, which will create almost 245,000 jobs, truly reflect a whole of nation journey. Clearly, this journey has successfully translated national ambition into investor confidence, which has in turn translated into factories, high-tech service centers, design centers, and supply chains on Malaysian soil. In short, Malaysia's investment story is ultimately a story of people who believe in this country's potential, which is now borne out through these numbers we can all be proud of. In 2025, MIDA laid the groundwork for a more resilient investment ecosystem by establishing the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Centre Johor, supporting the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone, and conducting regional outreach programs that clarified Malaysia's investment value proposition directly to industries and communities worldwide. These were deliberate steps in a long-term strategy to position Malaysia as a trusted, competitive, and future-ready investment hub, with MIDA as your partner, strategist, and catalyst. Our role is no longer limited to approvals. It is about ensuring that our investments, or every investments, create real value for Malaysian SMEs, for local talent, and for the communities that host these projects. And that is the spirit which leads to this year's theme, Transformation in Motion. As we look ahead, our focus is anchored on 3 priorities: attracting high-value, sustainable investments, especially in advanced manufacturing, green technology, digital industries, and strategic services; deepening domestic supply chain integration, ensuring that major investments uplift Malaysian SMEs and build stronger industrial clusters; and driving NIMP 2030 outcomes, accelerating automation, talent development, energy transition, and innovation across key sectors. In the last few years, we have proven how policy clarity can be Malaysia's competitive edge. In a world shaped by tariffs, geopolitical tensions, and supply chain realignments, investors are looking for one thing above all: clarity and certainty. Malaysia offers that certainty through a coherent industrial strategy. We have the NIMP, the NETR, and a stable macroeconomic framework, as well as strong institutions and predictable policy execution. This is why Malaysia continues to stand out as a reliable partner for investors, even as the global capital markets are more selective, as sustainability, technology, and innovation reshape global industries. So investors, they need partners who can navigate complexity with clarity. And MIDA is that partner, committed to delivering outcomes, solving problems, and ensuring Malaysia remains a competitive, resilient, and forward-looking investment destination. So ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite Yang Berhormat Tuan Sim Zin, the Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, to present the details of Malaysia's investment performance for 2025. So please welcome Yang Berhormat Tuan Sim. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih Yang Mulia Tengku Datuk Seri Utama Zafrul, Tengku Abdul Aziz, Chairman of MIDA and Senior Political Advisor to the Prime Minister, Datuk Baria, PKSU, Datuk Sheikh Samsul, CEO of MIDA, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, State Excos and Representatives, MIDA Board of Directors, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Salam Malaysia Madani and very good morning to everyone. It is my privilege to deliver this keynote address on behalf of the Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Johari Abdul Ghani, Minister of MITI. Transforming in motion, securing high-impact investment for an inclusive economy. These words define the course of Malaysia has set for itself and the standard against which we measure every investment decisions and every policy reform and every project that bears our nation's name. We convene today at a moment of considerable consequence for global economy. The international trading order is under strain. Shifting trade policies, tightening financial conditions, and escalating geopolitical tensions in Middle East have combined to test the resilience of global markets, unsettle investors' confidence, and cloud the outlook for growth as well into 2026. Over the course of 2025, the United States moved to impose sweeping reciprocal tariffs on nearly all trading partners. These measures have since been subject to ongoing policy and legal developments. Their ultimate shape is still contested. Yet, their effect has been unambiguous. Trade policy uncertainty has become a defining structural feature of the global investment environment. The macroeconomic consequences were both real and measurable. Global growth persisted, but modestly and unevenly. Advanced economies expanded at a restrained pace, while emerging markets, through comparatively resilient, were not immune. Global trade, which has shown signs of recovery, is now projected to slow further into 2026 as stockpiling effects dissipate and uncertainty endures. Global FDI flows did rise to an estimated 1.6 trillion, but as UNCTAD has observed, much of this growth was channeled through financial intermediaries rather than into productive assets. Greenfield investment and fundamental projects commitments are true measures of investor convictions remain cautious. Yet within this turbulent landscape, one region continues to demonstrate its enduring appeal. ASEAN maintained its prominence as a preferred destination for global capital, its structural advantages, policy consistency, and geographic centrality, drawing investors who prize stability as much as growth. It is within this context, Malaysia's performance assumes its full significance. Malaysia's GDP expanded 5.2% in 2025, the strongest growth in 3 years, accelerating 6.3% in the fourth quarter, the fastest pace in 12 quarters. These are the cumulative returns of deliberate reform, disciplined governance, and sustained confidence of an investment community that has chosen repeatedly to put its capital here. The ringgit trajectory tells a parallel story, having gained approximately 17% since the start of 2024. It stands today as Asia's best performing currency, trading at its strongest level in 8 years against the US dollar. Malaysia's 2025 trade performance surpassed 3 trillion ringgit for the first time in our history. Trade and investment are inseparable. Competitive industries demand sustained, high-quality investment. And on that foundation, I'm honored to announce that the investment story is equally historic. For 2025, Malaysia has recorded 426.7 billion in improved investment. the highest figures in our nation's history, and not just 1 year, it's 3 consecutive years of record breaking. This 2025 figure represents an 11% increase over the previous records, set just 1 year prior across 8,390 projects, spanning services, manufacturing, and primary sector, with potential to create 244,902 new jobs for Malaysians. Let's give Malaysia a big hand. We also have to credit the hard work of Tengku Zafrul as well as MIDA, MITI, and the whole team, and everyone from every state of Malaysia. Congratulations to everyone. What is equally telling is the balance of this achievement. Domestic investment stood strong at 219.6 billion, representing 51.5% of total approvals. When Malaysian companies chose to reinvest and expand at home, it signals something deeper than economic calculations. It signals belief in our institutions, in our directions, in our future. At the same time, foreign investments surged by 20.9% to 207.1 billion ringgit. The composition of that foreign investment demonstrates Malaysia's broad-based appeal. Singapore, 58.3 billion, and the People's Republic of China, 58 billion, emerged as equal partners at the summit. This near parity speaks to Malaysia's deliberate positioning as a nation that commands confidence from East and West alike. The United States followed at 15.1 billion, with Japan and Hong Kong, SAR, rounding up the top 5. Geographically, Johor leads all states with 110 billion, a performance that speaks to both the inherent strength of its industrial base and transformative momentum of the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. Selangor at 83.9 billion, Kuala Lumpur at 63.3 billion, Pulau Pinang at 32.9 billion, and Kedah at 27.8 billion. Complete the top 5, each complementing one another in strengthening Malaysia's overall ecosystem. Congratulations to the top 5 states. But our ambitions have never been confined to our established economic hubs. The less developed states recorded 66 billion in approved investment across 941 projects, with the potential to generate 23,000 jobs. Growth must reach every corner of this nation, and this is what is the testament of that effort to put investment in the less developed states. Malaysia's service sectors remain the single largest driver of our investment growth, and in 2025, it delivered decisively. The sector secured 281.3 billion in approved investment across over 7,000 projects, expected to generate more than 130,000 new jobs for Malaysians. At the forefront of this momentum is the information and communications subsector, which recorded 152.9 billion in approved investments. This is driven by digital investment in artificial intelligence, big data, data centers, and cloud computing, all pivotal in advancing Malaysia towards becoming an AI nation by 2030. According to UNTAD, data centers attracted more than 1/5 of all global greenfield projects valued in 2025, with investment exceeding 270 billion US dollar worldwide. This was fueled by the infrastructure demands of artificial intelligence and expanding digital networks. France, the United States, and South Korea led host countries. Malaysia was identified alongside Brazil, India, and Thailand as key emerging destinations for large-scale digital investments. To be named in that group is a distinction we do not take lightly. A case in point, Rex Central Group's state-of-the-art data center campus in Pasir Gudang, Johor, has an estimated total investment value up to 26.6 billion ringgit, encompassing infrastructure development and capacity commitments with a targeted combined capacity up to 510 megawatts. Designed to support AI-driven and high-density computing workloads and built to recognize sustainability standards, including the targeted integration of renewable energy. The facility supports Johor's position as regional digital infrastructure hub. The projects are anticipated to generate more than 100 positions for local community, with a vast majority designated for Malaysian talent, reflecting the high value, skill employment that advanced digital infrastructure brings. Malaysia has moved with intent. MITI and MIDA have moved on two deliberate fronts, establishing the Data Center Task Force since February 2025, together with Ministry of Digital to streamline our industrial trajectory and enhancing the digital ecosystem acceleration scheme with rigorous sustainability benchmarks, including power usage effectiveness and water usage effectiveness standards, alongside a stronger orientation towards local vendor development, high-value job creation, and collaboration with universities and technical institutions. Because digital expansion without sustainability is an incomplete ambition, and digital investment without local ecosystem development serve only the investor. We intend it to serve Malaysia. Allow me to illustrate with a project that captures the spirit of this moment. DHL Express has generated over 200 skills jobs throughout establishment of one of its most advanced facilities in Southeast Asia, right here in the Free Commercial Zone, KLIA. These positions, 100% filled by Malaysians, reflect a deliberate commitment to professional, technical, and knowledge-intensive employment, reinforced by MTS ratio of 100%. These 300 million investments represents the company's largest commitment to Malaysia to date. A fully automated gateway integrating AI-driven routing, warehouse automation, and green logistic practices that sets a new regional benchmark in operational excellence. Through seamless access to DHL global distribution networks, Malaysian SMEs gains a direct pathway to international markets. This is what high-impact services investments look like: technology transfer, local capability building, and a reinforcement of Malaysia's standing as ASEAN's most connected logistic hubs. Malaysian manufacturing sector demonstrates both strength and strategic evolution in 2025, securing 131.3 billion in approved investments across 1,300 projects, generating nearly 110,000 new jobs. What is equally significant is the quality of these new jobs. A commendable 82.3% of these positions are reserved for Malaysians, and of those, 46.3% are high-value roles spanning managerial, technical, and supervisory MTS categories. Beyond the volume, it is the quality of what we are building that defines this moment. The electrical and electronic industry remains our manufacturing cornerstone at 28.5 billion ringgit, leading the top 5 sectors, followed by chemical and chemical products, transport equipments, basic metal products, and machinery and equipment. Across these industries, the common thread is clear. Malaysia is moving up the value chain, attracting investment that are increasingly sophisticated, high-skilled, and globally integrated. Malaysia's 2025 manufacturing approval speaks directly to our four national investment aspirations: building economic complexity, ensuring inclusive growth, advancing sustainability, and deepening local participation. Let me highlight some of the projects that bring these to life. On economic complexity, TFAMD Microelectronics in Penang exemplifies Malaysia's ascent into high-value manufacturing, part of an E&E cluster that has attracted 83 projects worth 11.3 billion ringgit. TFAMD deploys cutting-edge wafer bumping and advanced packaging technology supporting AI, high-performance computing, and data center applications. With a total investment of nearly 5 billion ringgit and over 5,600 employees, 86% of whom are Malaysians, and the company has already surpassed its R&D commitments, investing 145 million against an initial target of only 125 million. On inclusivity, Ain Medical in Kelantan provides that high-value industrial ambition belongs to every corner of Malaysia. With an investment of 170.9 million, this wholly Malaysian-owned company produces pre-filled syringes, cartridges, and parenteral products. It creates 82 high-value jobs powered entirely by local talent. In Perak, QL Foods represent 1.3 billion ringgit wholly Malaysian investment in surimi and agro-fruit production. It supports over 4,000 jobs, of which 72% are Malaysian. Among them, 64 senior specialists and engineers earn 10,000 ringgit and above. This project integrates Industrial 4.0 technology and strengthens our food security and export competitiveness. On sustainability, Pengerang Biorefinery stands as one of the most significant green industrial investment in our nation's history. A strategic joint venture between Petronas, Italy's Enilife, and Japan's Eulina, and facility produces sustainable aviation fuel and a range of next-generation green fuels. These are fuels that will power a decarbonizing world. This project will create 182 specialist jobs, with 98% of its workforce being Malaysians and 98% occupying MTS roles. And on local participation, Proton's 1.29 billion ringgit investment in Tanjung Malim, Perak, anchors Malaysia's first dedicated electric vehicle production plant, the birthplace of Proton EMAS series, employing more than 7,000 Malaysians with almost 50% in MTS roles. Proton has built a specialized EV vendor base and established 15 collaborative initiatives and programs with local universities and institutions. Together, these efforts are transforming Tanjung Malim into a living example of how industrial investment can generate lasting community-wide economic benefits. These are among the projects that showcase Malaysia's industrial transformation in complex, inclusive, sustainable, and deeply rooted in local participation. All four pillars, all moving forward together. For the primary sector, Malaysia secured 14.2 billion ringgit in investment across 32 projects in 2025. These include mining, 14.1 billion ringgit, and agriculture, 51.4 million ringgit. And collectively, these projects will generate over 28 new jobs supporting Malaysia's economic diversification. Between 2021 and 2025, the National Committee on Investment approved 4,848 manufacturing projects. Of these, 84.9% have reached various stages of implementation, from production to factory construction to machinery installation. More than 90% of projects approved between 2021 and 2024 have been implemented. Project approval in 2025 has already recorded a 62.2% implementation rate, a remarkable trajectory for commitments that by their nature require 18 to 24 months from approval of operation. This delivery is the product of deliberate facilitation architecture. The Project Implementation and Facilitation Office, or TRAC, monitors high-impact projects in real time, addressing delays in approval, site preparation, utility supply, and workforce requirements before they become obstacles. The Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center, or IMFC, provides investors with a single coordinated touch point across federal and state agencies. As of February 2026, MIDA is overseeing a robust pipeline of 172 projects with proposed investments totaling 29.1 billion. The pipeline is strong, investor interest has not abated, and we intend to convert every ringgit of that interest to productive investment on Malaysia's soil. In 2025, MITI and MIDA conducted 13 high-level overseas missions across key economies in the East and the West, complemented by strategic engagement led by the Prime Minister himself. That sustained outreach has a value 65.5 billion currently under active negotiation. Every ringgit of that is a relationship built, a conversation had, and a case made for Malaysia. Records are meaningful, but what matters more is what comes next. The world in 2026 will not be easier. Global growth is projected to moderate further. I believe Tengku Zafrul and CEO MIDA will have difficult jobs ahead, but we believe in them. Trade policy uncertainty remain deeply embedded. Geopolitical tensions in the Middle East continue to inject volatility into energy markets and global supply chain. Greenfield investment is expected to stay cautious, with capital concentrating in selected geographies and strategic sector. In this environment, the advantage belongs to the nation that combine policy clarity with execution credibility. Nations that investors can really rely upon, not just to approve, but to deliver. Just now we were discussing in the room, we said that with all these geopolitical uncertainties, actually Malaysia stands to gain the opportunities. The opportunities there for Malaysia to present itself, and ASEAN to present itself as a stable, neutral, and peaceful region to attract more investment into Malaysia and ASEAN region. Malaysia is that nation, and we are not standing still. The regional context is otherwise encouraging. ASEAN is expected to sustain growth in 2026 at a pace above the global average, underpinned by domestic demand and its deepening role in global supply chain reconfiguration. Malaysia's ASEAN chairmanship in 2025 provided an important platform to advance economic integration among member states, particularly in trade, investment, and digital development. We made substantive progress on ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, aimed at establishing clearer and more predictable digital trade and investment rules across the region. In an environment where investors are prioritizing resilience and execution certainty, ASEAN's fundamentals have never been more compelling. The framework that will define Malaysia's next chapter are already taking shape. The new incentive framework, effective 1st of March 2026, for manufacturing sector and extending to services sector in the second quarter of 2026, marks the most significant modernization of Malaysia's investment architecture in a generation. It is a deliberate shift from volume to value, from approvals to outcomes, from attracting capital to ensuring that capital delivers. Alongside this, the Industrial Development Act 2026 will replace the Industrial Coordination Act 1975. It introduces a more agile, transparent, and facilitative approach, ensuring that regulations keep pace with technological advancement and evolving investors' expectations. And the Climate Change Bill, anticipated to be tabled in the coming parliamentary session, will establish the legal framework for Malaysia's transition to a low-carbon economy. These are imminent realities, and they are anchored by 13 Malaysians' plan. A 611 billion ringgit national commitment over 2026 to 2030, which positions manufacturing and services as twin engines of inclusive, high income, and sustainable growth. We begin by recognizing the complexity of global landscape. We close with the confidence that Malaysia has met these challenges with discipline, reform, and execution. 426.7 billion ringgit, 8,390 jobs, projects, 244,902 jobs, trading surpassing 3 trillion ringgit mark, a currency at its strongest in 8 years, an economy growing at its fastest pace in 12 quarters. These are compounding returns of consistent governance, deliberate reform, and sustained confidence of investors, domestic and foreign alike, who have chosen Malaysia again and again as the place to build their future. A future defined not by volume of capital we attract, by the quality of the economy we build, an economy of high-value industries, of skilled, well-paid Malaysians, of supply chain that are resilient, sustainable, and deeply integrated with the world, of growth that reaches not just our established centers, but every state, every community, every Malaysian who deserve to share in what we are building together. Transformation in motion is not an aspiration. Today, we have shown you the evidence. Thank you very much.
YB Sim, kindly remain on stage as I invite our VVIPs to join YB Deputy Minister for the opening gambit and the launch of Malaysia's Investment Performance Report 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the video that we are about to enjoy showcases selected notable investment projects that are expected to be of high value added, technology driven, and skill intensive with high income jobs. These projects are expected to have a positive spillover effect for Malaysia and Malaysians. I invite you to place your palms on the launch pad to officially launch the Malaysia Investment Performance Report 2025. Let's do this in 3, 2, 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may scan the QR code to download the IPR materials. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Chairman to present the MIPR 2025 to YB Sim. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has successfully achieved a landmark performance of 426.7 billion ringgit in approved investment for 2025, an 11% year-on-year increase from the record set in 2024.
YB Sim, along with all our VIPs, I invite you to remain on stage a little bit longer for a photo opportunity. Photographers and camera personnel, we may want to come forward to capture this landmark moment. I also want to invite representatives of the notable projects highlighted today to the stage for a group of photo opportunity with Yang Berhormat Deputy Minister and our VVIPs. Dipersilakan. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, YB Sim and all our VVIPs. You may now return to your seats. Next, we're going to take a group photo with all of us here at the hall. So I invite all those at the Perdana Hall here today to kindly stand and proceed towards the middle of the hall. You want to go behind the VVIPs where they are seated so that we can all take a group photo together. And photographers, you can come on stage now to have a better angle. Thank you very much.
To our guests joining us online, on behalf of MIDA, we thank you for being part of our landmark event today. We wish you all the best and hope to see you at our next event. And you may obtain all approved investment performance-related information from the MIDA official website at www.mida.gov.my. And for any further queries, feel free to reach us and AMC2026 at MIDA.gov.my. Take care, stay safe, and selamat menyambut Hari Raya Aidilfitri, maaf zahir dan batin.
So I think Malaysia's investment environment continues to attract very quality investment. So I think in the overall, Malaysia is on the right track, macroeconomic wise, investment environment, as well as we have sustained that kind of record-breaking investment. If you calculate total 3-4 years under the Prime Minister's leadership, I think we have crossed for 2 years almost 1 trillion. Yes, for 2 years about 800 plus, but if you combine 3 years, it has crossed 1 trillion investment, total investment. So I think that is a amazing achievement under the leadership of Prime Minister, and we will continue to work hard to ensure that 2026 we make sure the implementation of the projects so that it actually cascading down to the ground. So I take some question. Anyone? Yeah.
Yes, fine. YBC, looking forward, what are your expectations for 26?
2026 remains, like what I said, is a challenging year. We are not taking it lightly because of the start of the year. We have uncertainty in trade policies. Yeah, Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court has struck down IEEPA, and immediately in February we have this this war in Middle East. I think all nations across the world is facing challenges, unprecedented challenges. Malaysia is not an exemption. We are continue to monitor the situation. We treat it treat it carefully. And the good thing is that Malaysia's, in terms of political stability, the regional peace and stability has projected what you call Malaysia as and ASEAN as the destination of choice in terms of investment. So I am cautiously optimistic in 2026. Yeah, but I believe that the past 3 years momentum, if you really realize it, it actually will generate that kind of economic momentum to the ground. Yeah, you want to add? Okay, I'll leave it to the MIDA. This is a difficult question.
Projections in terms of numbers. Well, and sorry, second, just a follow up. Are there any, so far, have there any indications from any foreign investors about stopping or slowing down investments in view of the conflicts?
Well, so far, I think we don't have that kind of indication saying that companies are, KIVing or postponing their investment interest. For data centers, for example, there are many interests, yeah? I think for the fact, as what YB Deputy Minister mentioned in his speech just now, we are evaluating some of the projects, ongoing initiative from MIDA. Of course, the numbers that we shared also are those who have already finalized the application, where it is what you call ready for us to evaluate and bring to the next level, which is the National Committee for Investment, right, or on investment. But there are some other interests that we have not finalized. So that is in our radar. Of course, I cannot reveal the numbers at this point of time because some of it, you need to go back to the company. Discussions are ongoing and stuff like that, right? But the other angle or the other aspect is leads generation, right? Where through engagement with Prime Minister in overseas and so on, we also garner some of the interest. But some of them or many of them have not submitted the application. We are pushing them to submit, the application for this year so that we can evaluate and finally approve the what we call application for this year. So that's the reason why we cannot share you whether the numbers are more than last year numbers and so on. Yeah.
As you mentioned in your speech just now, that more than 90% approved our manufacturing project in 2021 to 2024 and have been implemented, and around 62.2% implementation. So may I have the value of this 62 and 2% implementation or project?
Okay, I think when we value the implementation of the projects, the groundbreaking and building of new factories or buying machineries until starting operation, it takes about 12 to 48 months. Okay, so these are, it's very difficult for us to measure and give you it's very difficult for us to give you a number. Like 62% represent how much of what they call investment realized. We know that the projects are being started and it is continue. So I think for MIDA, they can't provide you the definite numbers. Apologies for that. Yeah.
That's the number.
Ada soalan?
Hi YB,
Yes.
Daniel from Reuters.
Okay,
I have a
Reuters.
question on Malaysia's LNG exports, given the conflict in the Middle East. Any comments on what to expect, whether there'll be an increase or decrease in Malaysia's LNG exports? Thank you.
Increasing and decreasing of what? Sorry? LNG.
LNG. Yep.
Okay, for Iran, we are only, trade with Iran is 0.09% of our total Malaysian trade. And LNG is not not the top five, not on the top five trading items. Malaysia trade, we follow the United Nations sanctions. Very careful. We follow absolutely to what the United Nations what they call sanctions. Yeah. So only food, only commodities that is allowed. We trade with Iran only those items. Okay. So in terms of LNG, we have very little exposure because Malaysia is what they call oil producers and LNG producers. So in that sense, Malaysia's exposures to Middle East conflict is very, very minimal. And as I said just now, they only represent 0.09, not even 0.1% of total trade in Malaysia. Maybe Dato' Baria, you want to add? Okay.
Sorry, that's about the whole of the 0.09 is the whole of Middle East? Or
No, 0.09 of Malaysia's trade. Total trade. Malaysia, 3 trillion. So with, I give you the numbers if I can. I need to search for it. You are talking about to Iran, right? Middle East? What? To Iran. To the region. Do you have the numbers? We will give it to you later, okay? If you may give me 1 minute, let me check, yeah? I've been briefed on this. But I think we will give you, very difficult to find now. Yeah, all right.
Hi YB, saya Frina dari TV3. I just need some clarification regarding the tarif import Amerika Syarikat.
Sorry?
Tarif import Amerika Syarikat. Jadi sekarang ni Malaysia dikenakan 10% betul, dan adakah 10% ni dikenakan secara blanket, maknanya ENE dan minyak sawit juga dikena juga, dan lagi satu disebabkan tarif ART 19% tu telah terbatal. Apakah status ART sekarang dan adakah kita masih meneruskan proses ratifikasi? Terima kasih.
Okay, you had two parts of a question, ya. Nombor satu adalah tentang tarif, betul, kita sekarang dikenakan 10%. dan kita akan mematuhi apa yang telah tetapi tarif itu di pihak Amerika Syarikat, bukan di Malaysia. Maksudnya apa yang kita ekspor, tarif dikenakan kepada syarikat pengimport, ya. Jadi kita akan ikut apa yang Amerika Syarikat impose lah. Okay. On the ART, saya rasa YBM telah banyak jawab di Parlimen. Saya rasa kena ikut apa yang YBM respon lah di Parlimen. Kita masih analyze. We take a cautious and also we will wait for the more clarity in terms of decision by the by the United States government. So untuk buat masa sekarang kita masih tunggu dan lihat lah. Okay. I think you need to we will update you if there's a latest development on this. Okay? Rest assured we will be very transparent. Okay? We will update whatever that is latest. Okay?
Hi YB. Have Malaysian exporters started reporting any order delays, cancellations, or maybe logistic disruptions due to the tensions in the Middle East?
Disruption in terms of logistic disruption.
What is the question again?
Boleh ulang, repeat.
Have Malaysian exporters started reporting any order delays, cancellations, or maybe logistic disruptions due to the tensions in the Middle East?
I think it is best to ask Matrade, okay? Because this is investment. Let's focus on investment. They cannot answer you because they don't have the. Okay, nantilah kita buat PC on this later lah on the next. Yes, any more questions?
Webby?
Yeah.
As Thailand is announced that they are going to plan to stop any export product of petroleum to protect the domestic users. So, do you have any plan for Malaysia to stop any petroleum or LNG to any export?
I think this is a question should ask to the Prime Minister. Okay, I think at this point, I think it's best that the question to refer to the Prime Minister. Okay.
Hi, one last question. Okay, Daniel again from Reuters.
Yeah.
Has Malaysia gotten any requests from Japan or Thailand to buy our crude and LNG? So crude oil and LNG, and are there any plans to halt exports or build Malaysia's domestic reserves? Thank you.
Yeah, the same question just now, which I think the question has to be referred to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, not here. Here today we are talking about investment. Yeah, I think the focus should be on the investment. I think we need to later. I think. Dato' Shea will come out the past 3 years under the leadership of Prime Minister. The total investment which has surpassed 1 trillion ringgit. Maybe the total number can be given by MIDA. Yeah, I think we regardless of all this political, geopolitical and regional conflicts, Malaysia is a shining star. Okay. Is a shining star of the region, and we are confident that Malaysia will continue to attract the quality investment into Malaysia. All right? Yes, sir. Okay.
It's just 1 week since the start of March when the new incentive framework has been introduced. Can you share how it's going as of now? How it's going? How do you feel about the introduction of the new incentive framework, and how do you evaluate the introduction of the new incentive framework so far?
Okay, that's a very good question. Since the 1st of March, we have moved towards new incentive framework, and this is measured on outcome, so that we want to have quality investment and investors will enjoy incentives based on the kind of investment that they come here. As of what the evaluation, I think maybe Dato can respond a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Okay, new incentive framework is actually based on the new investment policy, based on the national investment aspiration. Okay, if you remember under PIA, under the incentive framework, one of the improvement that we have made is that if in the old regime, after 5 years, if we see the company is not fulfilling its obligation, then we have to claw back the tax. But now, with this framework, is based on the year, the performance of the year. If you perform that year, then you get your incentive. If you don't perform, then you don't get it. Next year, if you improve, then you get a better incentive. So no more, before this, companies have been complaining when they could not fulfill on the last year, then they will face repercussions in terms of, especially income tax. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's about it. YB?
Sorry, one more question for Dato Sheikh. Sir, what is MIDA's contingency plan if the Middle East crisis worsens and global trade suffers? What does MIDA have planned to deal with this?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of questions on trade, which you shouldn't direct to us because, you know, we are not the agency that is responsible on trade. It's not fair for me to comment something that is not under my purview, right? But what is important for us is to look at how this, issue can have adverse impact on investments. So far, as I said, the interests are not slowing down. Yeah. So far, those companies that came to us didn't mention anything about this. Maybe it's too early, right? For them to say that these are the impact that they foresee for now because of the, what you call, US-Israel-Iran war, right? So only that I can share with you so far.
All right, thank you. Thank you, YB Sim, and all our VIPs.
I just want to update everyone on the question of YBM meeting the counterpart. It was done. It was a video call was done on the 10th of March. A video call will be held on 10th of March, next Tuesday, with M. Switzer, yeah, Ambassador Switzer. Okay, on this latest thing, and then on the trade figure with Iran, yeah, total trade is 2.45 billion. All right, 2025, 2.45 billion. Export is 2.17 billion, and import is import is only 0.28 billion. So you can see that it's very minimal, yeah. And LNG, oil, petroleum is not on the top 5. That is in ringgit Malaysia. So I think it is very, very low. So the rest assured, conflict in Middle East has minimal in terms of trade with Malaysia. Minimal impact, but we will continue to monitor. Yeah, rest assured, I'm sure some of the logistical will be affected. I'm not trying to paint a rosy picture. It's going to be affecting trading routes affected. I have friends who said that his cancer drug is being affected, cannot get in time. So it is not it is challenging, okay? But these challenges is faced by everyone, okay, across the globe. Malaysia is part of the global trading nation. Of course, we will be affected, but I think the logistics companies will also work around it, yeah? I think everyone is trying to provide solutions to overcome these challenges. So let's be cautiously optimistic about it. Okay? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IBCM and our VVIPs. And to our press, if you have any further questions, please forward it to MIDA's corporate communications team. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our event. To our distinguished guest members of the media, thank you once again for being part of this landmark event. On that note, we wish you Selamat Hari Raya Aidilfitri. Maaf Zahir dan Batin.